হ্যালো হ্যালো, চেক চেক, 1 2 3 চেক। ম্যাম এবার একবার বলে নাও, দেখে নিই আমি। ম্যাম কথা বলো। চেক চেক উঠছে। ওরা অডিবল ম্যাম, এখানে শুধু আমরাই কথাটা শুনতে পারবো, ওদের কথাটা আমরা শুনতে পারবো। হ্যাঁ, আমাদের কথা শুনলে একো হয়ে যাবে ঘরে। হ্যাঁ, আমি এখানে দেখে নিচ্ছি, এখানেই দেখে নিচ্ছি। Okay. ম্যাম ওটা অন আছে তো? হ্যাঁ, অন করে নাও। এবার বলো কথা।
হ্যালো, 1 2 3 4। হ্যালো, চেক 1 2 3 4। বন্ধ করে দিচ্ছি।
আগে একবার। হ্যালো, চেক চেক, 1 2 3 চেক, 1 2 3 চেক। এবার ম্যাম তুমি বলো অডিওটা।
হ্যালো, চেক 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4।
হ্যালো, চেক চেক, হ্যালো চেক।
Okay. Am I audible to everyone? Okay. So to all the
Yes,
participants,
ma'am.
okay. To all the participants, we will be taking few minutes for the audio check so that there won't be any further issue. Do we have among us Dr. R. Venkatesh Aravind? If yes, can you unmute yourself and reply? Dr. R. Venkatesh? Okay, he left. Okay, no problem. We will go for the second person. Do we have Nitin Kapoor with us? No, we don't. Okay. Do we have Yaramala Oliva? If can you unmute yourself and respond, Ma'am Oliva? Okay. Do we have among us Nivedita Das? Okay, I'm unable to unmute my mute. Ma'am, if you can rejoin, that would work. If you can rejoin, try again. Do we have among us Dr. S. Sridevi? All the participants, I would request, as I take their names, if they can unmute themselves and respond so that we can check the audio.
कहाँ? क्या इधर है? इसको
Yes, ma'am, your audio is clear.
दो तो सुनाई दे रहे हैं, दो
We can hear you, ma'am.
इसको करेंगे स्टॉप वीडियो.
Okay.
कहाँ? व्हाइट बोर्ड्स, एप्स, रेज हैंड, रिएक्शन. क्या था? यू स्टॉप.
Ma'am Oliver, if you can unmute yourself and respond. Yeah. Okay. But we need to check the audio for her, that if it is audio is not coming from her side. Okay. Okay. So, good morning to all the dignitaries, respected professors and scholars. Welcome to the online technical session of Second Media Conclave, organized by the Mass Communication and Journalism Department, Sister Nivedita University. This session will be chaired by respected Dr. Debashri Mukherjee, presently working as Dean for School of Law in Sister Nivedita University. She has a teaching experience of over 20 years and practicing experience of over 6 years at Honorable High Court at Calcutta and State Administrative Tribunal. She has completed her PhD in law from the University of Bardhaman. She has been awarded with gold medals at both postgraduate and undergraduate levels and is the recipient of the Saroj Majumdar Medal by the university for her consistent academic performance. She has published over 25 articles in edited volumes and various law journals and edited books on various aspects of law. Her research interest area includes environmental law, human rights law, and corporate law. We welcome you, ma'am. And I would request our head of the Department of Mass Communication and Journalism, Jhumur ma'am, to felicitate her. Thank you so much, ma'am. We will go further for our session, and this session will contain some very interesting and thought-provoking papers, and we will look forward to a very enriching session. Our few of the paper presenters, I would take their name and the papers that they are going to present. First is Dr. R. Venkatesh Aravind, who is from Parul University, Vadodara, assistant professor. His paper is on usage and preference of government safety apps, a specific study on Kavalar Uthavi. Second, we have Nitin Kapoor from Gujarat Vidyapit, the scholar, and his paper is Gandhian Life, Environment and Journalism in reference to environmental news appearing in Gujarati newspapers. Third, we have Yaramala Oliva, ma'am, who is from Acharya Nagarjuna University, a scholar, and her topic is Science and Misinformation Case Study of Chandrayaan-3. Fourth, we have Nivedita Das, ma'am, from Utkal University, Bhubaneswar, Odisha, a scholar, and her topic is a study on transformation of journalism and mass communication education in Odisha. Fifth, we have Nafisa Khan Lodi, ma'am, from Sister Nivedita University, a scholar, reclaiming the narrative is a topic which is on empowering representations of tribal women in Indian cinema. And sixth, we have Dr. S. Sridevi, ma'am, from Wells Institute of Science, Technology and Advanced Studies, a faculty. Her topic is Media and Gender Understanding, the Challenges and Aspirations of Women Journalists in Tamil media. I would request our first paper presenter to take this time, Dr. R. Venkatesh Aravind. So before we start this paper presentation time, I would like to let you all know that the timing would be of 15 minutes, 10 minutes of presentation and 5 minutes of question answer round. So Dr. R. Venkatesh Aravind, sir, can you hear me? Ma'am Oliver, the presentation is with you. Dr. R. Venkatesh, sir, are you, am I audible? Can you unmute yourself? Okay. Okay, we will move into the second person. If we have among us Nitin Kapurik, if ma'am you can, if you, ma'am, no, we don't have. Do we have among us Sir Nitin Kapure? If you can unmute yourself, sir. Okay. Uh, Oliver, ma'am, if you can unmute yourself if you're ready with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Time is yours, ma'am.
Ma'am, is my PPT, you're having my PPT? I shared that via the link. If you can help me with the PPT, I'm ready to present.
Yes, ma'am, your PPT is ready. You can present it.
Yeah, thank you so much, madam.
Ma'am, you need to share the PPT if you have it with yourself.
No, I'm not doing from the PC, ma'am. So I shared the PPT in advance with you via the link.
Okay, ma'am. Give us a second. We'll just.
Definitely, I'll wait, ma'am. I'll wait.
Okay. Okay. Give us a moment as we prepare the PPT and then we will start the session.
Definitely, ma'am. I'll wait.
I would like to request the other paper presenters, Ma'am Nivedita and Ma'am Nafisa, do you have your presentation or the PPT files with yourself that you can present? If you can unmute yourself and say yes or no. Ma'am Nivedita, if you can hear me, can you unmute yourself? Ma'am Nivedita, you're unmute. Can you speak so that we can understand? Oliver, ma'am, if you can send your PPT once again, it would be really helpful. If you can send the link on the chat as well, that would be helpful, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, can you share the link on the chat box once again? Thank you, ma'am. Give us a moment. We will just check the file.
Good morning, presenters. This is Arindam Basu. We had asked for all the PPTs to be uploaded on the Google Drive that we had given. Just in case at your end your PPT doesn't work, we will be able to play it from here. So you all please be ready with your PPT, and if you can work it from your end, then it's functionally easy for us to have the conference going with you playing your PPT and controlling at your end. Because if we control it at our end, you will continuously have to tell us next slide, next slide, next slide. All that hassle goes if you control the PPT at your end. Only if there is lagging happening at your end, then if the PPT has been uploaded in the drive, we will play the PPT. It's just for exigencies. Otherwise, participants, please use your PPT and your laptop to give your presentation. Then your presentation is under your control. I hope I'm making myself clear. And as far as Yaramla's, Olvia's PPT is concerned, if you don't have the PPT with you, it's being downloaded and we'll play it in a couple of minutes. As for the rest of the participants, please keep your PPT at hand. Thank you so much. So we will do it in the next couple of minutes.
Ma'am Oliver, if you have your PPT with yourself. Ma'am, give us just 2 minutes. We are going to present your PPT. Ma'am, if you can say yes or no that this is your presentation PPT, then we'll go further.
Ma'am, I'm unable to see the screen. I'm able to see yourself and the madam.
Okay, ma'am, we are just checking.
I'm checking from my end also, madam. If I'm able to share from my side, I'll do that also. Yes. Ma'am, are you able to see my screen? Madam?
No, ma'am, your screen is not. Yes, yes, right now your screen is visible, ma'am. You can go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your patience dealing with me. And sorry, madam, who was chairing the session. Shall I start my session, ma'am?
Sure.
Hello?
Yes, you may start.
Yeah. Good morning, ma'am. Myself, Miss Irmala Oliva from Acharya Nagarjuna University. from Andhra Pradesh in the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication. Myself and with my research supervisor jointly presenting this paper on Science and Misinformation, Case Studies of Chandrayaan-3 and Operation of ISRO. So in the recent past, we all know how our ISRO team was very successful in launching this Chandrayaan-3, and we got worldwide appreciation and popularity, and the first being placed being stepping on the South Pole. So we all know what the role of mass media will be doing to the public. When coming to the science information, regularly general public are not aware of science in that popular. For example, COVID itself, we have come across first wave, second wave, and third wave, but still today we don't know how the COVID was origin, whether it is coming from the Chinese at a bat, or it's a bio, or it was developed in the laboratories. There are many stories cooked up later. Still, we don't know what the origins, but there are n number of mushroom stories about cook around the COVID-19. In the same way, this science misinformation refers to the proliferation and spread of many information. It is false, incorrect, and misleading. Let me give you a basic about what is misinformation. Any type of information which is baseless and not verified, and which is a false sources, can be treated as a misinformation. Whereas coming for the disinformation, it is willfully to harm, to damage a person's image or a organization, a nation, or a industry image. Here the science misinformation has turned into many ways. So here my paper deals with how this after the launch of Chandrayaan 3 and successful landing over on the South Pole. In the beginning itself, when I was working with the paper, I thought of giving my title as "Take Off Chandrayaan-3, also take on for the misinformation." So here, through print media, electronic media, social media, they have witnessed many number of misinformation. From I have taken very few only. These are few researchers have posted science related information, how their service has went. Here, according to the review of literature, the experts from Randstrom's 2022, they pointed out that sometimes the disinformation and misinformation interestingly spread from the scientist community itself. That is the evidence of COVID vaccine and black fungus and all we came across. Even the WHO head, who was when he spoke about the COVID, he said that we are not only fighting with the COVID pandemic, we are fighting with the epidemics, he said. So apart from fighting with the COVID and all, we evenly fighting with the misinformation, because it has brought panic in the people, and many has lost their beloved because of the misinformation. Depended upon the secondary data from various sources like e-newspapers, social media platforms, Google news websites. From when the event has launched from July 14, 2023 to the successful lander of August 23rd of on the South Lunar region. So there are many fabricated information. Here itself, the first I like to zoom in. This is the Twitter handle. We all know how the Twitter is handled these days. Uh, uh, that our honorable Prime Minister Modi ji himself uses Twitter very officially for the information dissemination. So this is the ISRO's official Twitter account has been misleaded, and a fake account has been created, and there are many lakhs of people are following and commenting and so it was fact checked by PEP India. Next, so the Quint and Oof has a parallelly showing. So how when I said no, first I have a desire of putting the title as takeoff of Chandrayaan has given the launch of fake news also. So parallelly, how they were capturing the pictures of the moon and the Earth together. So this is a fake photos which was provided on the web page. Here she is a journalist from the Hindu, a popular national newspaper in India, National Daily. She claiming that this Chandrayaan 3, when it is launching, they were taking one copy of Bhagavad Gita and PM Modi's photo to the to the space. So don't know what is the motive behind that. Being a journalist, she herself wrote on her personal account saying this. So there are few misinformation patterns, and the direction analysis goes political, religious, uh, create some popularity, viral things, where you can see the text here, a copy of Bhagavad Gita. Do I'm able to mark this? No, no, I'm not given a pen. Okay, yeah, yeah. Here, a photo. Sorry, yeah, a photo of prime with the yellow color. I'm marking the blue. A photo of Prime Minister Modi and Bhagavad Gita, a copy of Bhagavad Gita being carried. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, here. The very former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, Rajya Sabha MP Digvijay Singh, he himself is telling, he is from the Congress, we all know, he himself telling that the scientists from ISRO were not given their paid their salaries from 17 months. So as we all are celebrating the ISRO success universally and globally, if these types of statements were given by a former chief minister, how much the public agony and anti-government comments will be raising, we can think, because they were working day and night for the nation to go forward scientifically. So here BJP leader himself, Ponawala, his brother, on a YouTube interview, he was also telling about the ISRO's salaries. But this, the BJP leader saying that the nation comes first. If my family members also gives any false statements, I won't bear them. I'm very loyal to the country, and this is one of the clip of that one. This claim is a fake later, and this is ISRO's. Can somebody erase this? Sorry. Yeah, thank you. We all know this is the ISRO chairman Somnath. There is a video came very viral of the success of Chandrayaan 3 lander, and telling that Somnath was sorry. Somnath was, it's a viral video saying that the ISRO chairman chief was dancing in a public gathering, this and that. Whatever maybe he has his personal life, he can dance, he can drink, he can do anything. But this is truly a dancing video. Later, the PTI, Press Trust of India, given that Somnath was dancing. But this is a separate event as a part of G20 summit, a space economy leadership summit happened. In that contest, he was dancing with his colleagues. When we see this blue color photo, this is a half jacket when he was wearing on the success meet, and this is a full blazer when he was dancing. So later it was fact checked. In international media also, by France 24, Truth or Fake, a program, a journalist called Nivedita has analyzed many misinformations which were hooking around the Chandrayaan 3 success. So they were telling that the rover tires will print our national emblem, 4 lions on the space like this with the ISRO emblem and the 3 lions facing towards the this thing. And she was marking and showing they are AI used animated graphic visuals. She's telling this was not from the ISRO. This is from Deep Space Network. Uh, and they were relating that to the Chandrayaan 3. And this is a blue origin uh, from NASA. There is a audio clip with this footage of Neil Armstrong. There is nothing doing with the both the NASA and the ISRO. And this is a very big trailer movie. This Gujarat man, he himself claims as a ISRO scientist who designed the Chandrayaan 3 lander. And there were many stories around this big one. Let me give you the insight. He is claiming himself as a scientist, and yeah, he is 51 years old from Gujarat, assistant chairman, and is a ancient science application department. And he has shown there the appointment order also. And he is claiming a letter with a space research member, and for the agency upcoming as Mercury Force in Space project. But later, when the police department checked with the issue, they said that there is no person with this name working with us. Actually, the true story is that he has a training center. With this hike and all, he thought of he'll get more students admission into his institution. So he has forgery, he has created false documents. Many cases was lodged on him. Oh, there are few footages which was animations and all. And when we came across the interviews of that, they are purely artwork. They were just created out of the anxiety. So usually general public are not aware of science information. So when we have such events and programs, generally we won't follow them regularly. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yeah. Uh, the general public are not aware of such scientific evolutions and developments. When we are being a consumers, everybody has to know what is the accurate website to be seen. So it is not isro.dos, it is isro.gov.in. So a popular incident itself has these many of misinformations and fake news. If we see, there are lot of things what evolving around the social media without any proper sources and all. So I request my colleagues and academicians and journalists, whenever you're reporting or putting any information for the general public, be very specific about the sources and check the information through the founders. So this is an emerging thing. We have to be very conscious. Being an Indians, we have to be more conscious to report or inform anything about the ISRO to the. So thank you so much for giving such time, and I thank ISRO also for making India proud by India has become the first to be at the South Pole of the North. Thank you.
Thank you, Yaramala Olivia, for this wonderful presentation. I now would request the audience, if you have any questions or any kind of information to be discussed with the participant, you may please go forward with it. Any questions from the audience, please? No? Okay. So I would just like to learn from you this presentation that you have given, where you have beautifully cited various kinds of data on how misinformation and disinformation has actually plagued the publication of various kinds of news that we get across various media. I would like to learn from you that you have very nicely portrayed various facts where news related to Chandrayaan 3 and its landing on the moon has been wrongly reported. My question to you is,
Yes, ma'am.
apart from having its impact on the community of scientists who were behind the mission, and also among spreading the awareness among the masses, misinformation actually has its impact on the masses. So you have suggested that by trying to publish information collected from accurate websites, that can be one of the ways in which we can try to arrest misinformation or disinformation. Apart from choosing the correct websites, do you think that there is any other role that young students who are into who are about to be journalists or in the process of getting into a journalism career, is there any other way in which they need to learn or excel in order to ensure that misinformation of any kind is not spread further?
Ma'am, we can do by reverse search, ma'am. Reverse search, if we do reverse search, we'll be knowing how many times this picture was fabricated and all, whether it is animated, because there are a lot of things speaks on the screen, like my background, the weather, the time and all. So this can be also helpful. So when it's coming to, we know how the scientists, being a research scholar, PhD scholar, we ourselves spare most time with the research. If it is for the scientist evolution, so we can know how their life will be day and night in the institution only, right, ma'am? So in that case, if after this successful thing, if we came to know that the Indian government is not paying them the salary, how much will be back of the Indian government, anti to the Indian government, ma'am. So I was searching that and I came to Nambi Narayan's interview. We all know what is Nambi Narayan's case, and because of false things, India is back off for scientific evaluations. In one of the interview, he was telling that being an ISRO member and a retired person, and I myself receiving my pension on 27th of every month. So when I heard, I want to add that also. If the pensioner himself is getting money on time, because the salary is a basic motivation factor for everybody, no ma'am, to have bread and all.
So maybe one line of thought to the young budding students of journalism and mass communication, that research before publishing any kind of news is very, very important. And
From
this
many
research,
sources, ma'am.
yes,
We have to rely on many sources.
yes. Thank you, madam, for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you. I thank the Nivedita University, especially Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Basu sir, for dealing very empathy in giving us a chance to present. But I was missing to be physical there presenting. But thank you so much. After COVID has evolved as a going hybrid present anywhere else, so being there. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Miss, who is supporting me technically.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your time and presentation. We will go further into the second person, that is Dr. R. Venkatesh Aravind. Sir, are you with us? If you can unmute yourself and say yes. Sir, can you repeat once again?
I can share my PPT. I mean, I have the PPT mine with me. So I'll be sharing the
Sorry, sir, your voice is breaking. We are unable to clearly hear you. Sir, can you recheck with your network so that you will be clear with your audio? Your voice is breaking. While Dr. R. Venkatesh checks his audio, we can go further for Sir Nitin Kapure. Do we have Nitin Kapure with us, sir? If you can unmute yourself, sir.
Yes, I am online, but I have some issues. Can you give me just 5 minutes, 5 or 6 minutes? Because I have lots of noise here. So I have some disturbance in network. So can you give me 5 minutes?
Okay, okay. We will go further into the next speaker. Do we have among us Ma'am Nivedita from Utkal University? Nivedita ma'am, if you can unmute yourself. Ma'am Nivedita, if you can hear us, kindly unmute yourself. Ma'am, your audio is on, but if you can speak, we will be able to understand that if you're clearly audible or not. Ma'am, we are unable to hear
Hello, ma'am.
you.
Hello.
Nivedita ma'am, can you hear us?
Ma'am, am I audible?
Uh, okay, I guess there is some technical issue with Nivedita ma'am. So, Dr. Venkatesh sir, are you audible? Are we audible? Can you
Yes.
hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Dr. Venkatesh Aravind sir,
Share my
we
PPT.
welcome you.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
time is yours, sir.
Yeah, fine. I'm just sharing my screen.
Just for a reminder to all the participants that for the paper presentation, it is 15 minutes, 10 minutes of paper presentation and 5 minutes of question answer time.
Visible? Ma'am, is my screen visible? I mean the PPT.
Not yet.
Screen visible?
Can't see your presentation. Yes, sir. We can see your presentation now. It's the network is quite slow. So we are.
Okay, yeah. So I'll just begin my, yeah, I'll begin my session. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
So,
Sir, your voice is breaking, sir. We are unable to hear you, sir. Your voice is breaking, and neither your screen is showing, sir.
right now, ma'am.
We are unable to hear you, sir.
One. Now, screen is
No, sir. Your screen is not visible. Okay, while Dr. Venkatesh is preparing his presentation, I'll request if any of the participant who is ready with their presentation, please unmute yourself and say yes or no. Then we can take your name.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
This is Dr. S. Sridevi. So shall I present?
Sure, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, my screen is visible?
Yes, your screen is visible, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, very good morning to everyone present here. Myself, Sridevi, I'm working as an assistant professor, the Department of Visual Communication, Wales University, Chennai. My research is about media and gender, understanding the challenges and aspirations of women journalists in Tamil media. So this is my topic. Introduction. The media industry is one of the most important and revenue generating sectors. So in this field, women and men strive to make a mark to let the society know about the true happenings around the world. So I have also taken some literatures to support my content. So Snehal Sachdev, she mentioned that even the women encompasses 50% of the population in India, but the representation is not even equal in the journalism industry. I have focused in the journalism area. My research is about that. And as per the report of 2015, men and women had an equal representation during the pre-COVID era with 60% of the television reporters and 43 in the print reporters.
Madam,
Yeah.
could you please change the slides because we can't see any.
I have changed,
slide.
ma'am. I have changed.
Okay.
I'm in second slide, introduction part. I have changed here. Is it not visible?
No, no, no.
Now?
Oh, it is visible, madam. Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So after the COVID, the women workforce had completely obliterated the existence in the field of journalism. So as a behavior scientist mentioned that women underrepresentation in the workplace, it can be seen due to various factors of the gender imbalance in the society and harmful stereotypes, which limits the participation of the women in the media industry. So there are also many issues that are pertaining. Such as the perceived to be lacking in the ability to understand the areas which are seen as the male-dominated ones, for example, business, politics, economics, sports, and so forth. The presence of the challenges in the media industries like sexism, gender stereotypes, low wages, no promotion, and discrimination in the work environment have been seen as a significant reasons for the decline of the women participation in the media industry. Review of literature. So I have quoted some reviews in this presentation. Bharat Dhiman. So he analyzed the opportunities and the challenges faced by the women, particularly in the media industry. He mentioned that women play an important role in the public discourse of day-to-day happenings. Second, Bhavna Pathak. So they did a study on the challenges and opportunities for the women journalists in Bhopal. The researchers revealed that the personal and professional work-life balance is a major challenge for the women journalists, and family support is very important for both personal and professional development of women journalists. So these two are very important. And according to a global report, status of women in the media by International Women's Media Foundation, so they reported that the glass ceiling for the European women journalists is at a higher level, where the representation is a limited number of in the senior most positions. So this is a poor level of participation in the top level management, and it can be related to the governance level of the media organizations. Then Simge Andy, he did a study on the Reuters on women and leadership in the news media 2020. So evidence from the 10 media markets. So the study analyzed 200 major online and offline news outlets in 4 continents. The study found that 23% of the top editors are women, even though 40% of the journalists in the media organization are women. So here we can see the differences in the participation of the women. Next slide. So I have given some prominent women journalists in India. I think I don't need to explain all these things. Faya D'Souza, Nizir Razdan. So some prominent women journalists I have mentioned here. So my research objective is to analyze the role of women in the present media industry, to understand the major challenges faced by the women in the media, Tamil media industry particularly, to check the gender bias is present in any form in the media organization of the Tamil media industry, to present some recommendations for the equal participation of women in the Tamil media industry. Methodology. So I have adapted qualitative method to understand the challenges and women in the media sector. a semi-structured interview schedule was constructed for the purpose of data collection. It is found that many media professionals were not willing to be part of the study due to various personal reasons. Women from the top media outlets were selected through snowball sampling method because we couldn't randomly go and get the information. So we contacted one person. From that person, we contacted other person. That's how we have collected our samples. Due to privacy issues, the sample names are mentioned as the respondents. Totally 10 women from the major media outlets were interviewed to understand the challenges, their role in the workplace, to know the recommendations for the participation of women in the media industry from their perspective. So these are 10 major respondents. So I have given some information about the respondents. Majorly, they are as a reporter, working as an editor, sub-editor, photojournalist, in the prominent Tamil media, Sun TV, Asianet, Hindu, Kalingana News, Indian Express, etc. Ma'am. So this is a sample framework that I have used in my study. So major findings. So from my study, I found that the overall level we can find is the ratio of the female employees working in the field of media is very low in compared to male, though the gender bias are very less. In the past years in Tamil media industry, it is still happening in most of the workplaces. We could find some sort of biases in the working environment, particularly from a woman's perspective. And when it comes to the outside work, in most organizations, women were not allowed to work even though they're interested, like to get news from the outsourcers. It is revealed that most organizations prefer women to do office works. Only a limited number of women reach the senior management level, as they are very less in numbers. Because I found that in the top level positions, women are very low, and they are mostly made to do some office works, etc. Even though they are very much interested to collect the news from the outside or to be a photojournalist, they are facing challenges. So stereotypical behavior against women is very less in compared to the most of the organizations that I have studied from these 10 respondents. It is found that as per the study, women professionals feel safe just like the other working place inside the Tamil media organizations, but the harassments and abuses are still pertaining, which can be considered. Many women are involved in the investigative journalism, where most of the work done by them are very confidential. They have stated that we have covered many issues that can be that can come under the investigative journalism, but they didn't share us what kind of work they have done. So challenges like finding restrooms in the field work, especially during reporting times or during any beats, so they couldn't, women particularly, they couldn't find any restrooms. Late night transportation issues, balancing family life and personal life are quite challenging, because this is not a 9 to 5 jobs, because they have to do their work anytime whenever they get a call. Okay, so there is a growth in the overall percentage of female in journalism in this field. Many youngsters are very, very interested in this field, because we know as an academician, we can see there is a growth in the selection of the particular media courses in our colleges and in the institutions. So then women are assigned with the soft news than the hard news, it is found. Then this profession also gave them the confidence to face the people, to question any sort of injustice that are happening around them. So these kind of professions that I have mentioned, being a reporter, being a photojournalist, being a sub-editor, being an editor, so it gives them confidence to face any problems or face any issues in their unprofessional life. So the study recommends the government and the policymakers to come up with strong regulatory policies for the equal representation of the women organizations. They should also ensure the safety of the women and also provide the basic facilities, especially when they go out for reporting purpose. They should be given basic facilities that's a need of the hour. The media professional has to be gender sensitized and provide an inclusive environment for all, for the diverse gender communities, not only for women, including all kind of gender communities. So that's all. Thank you so much. I thank the Nivedita University for giving me the opportunity to present this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sridevi, for this wonderful presentation that you have given on media and gender understanding, the challenges and aspirations of women journalists in Tamil media.
Yes, ma'am.
It was a wonderful presentation, but one area which you have just touched upon and have not further discussed, I would like to know if you have collected any information during your research on this about the sexual harassment at the workplace. Is there any kind of information that actually came out in your research on these lines?
Yes, ma'am. I have presented in the 12th slide, like harassment and abuses in the media organization, especially women, because the person I have interviewed come under age group of the 20s to 30s. So minor, it is not like a major sexual harassment. We can see some lewd comments or statements that discourage the participation of women, especially in their work. They don't get very much appreciation, but due to gender stereotype, harassments we cannot measure like a very extreme form of harassments, but verbal harassment, like you can do it, how we will do it, how we will go and tell the news. So such kind of statements discourage a woman, and many women are being declined not to participate or not to work in such areas. But I think this is one of the very interesting area that women can shine, just like the other reporters that I have given in my slides. There are very top women journalists, Barka that Fire D'Souza, many prominent women personalities are there. So so I would like to recommend that media organization has to be gender sensitized, and also the government to provide, if a government is organizing a campaign, political campaigns that are happening very often, so they should have some basic facilities for the women, because at night time they don't have any other options, for the even it's very painful to know that women are feeling bad that they don't even have access to the sanitation toilets. It's very painful to get information like this. Harassment, it is there, ma'am. So I have found all these things.
So as a suggestion, you may also include in this paper,
Yes, ma'am.
about various kinds of laws related to women
Yeah,
in
sure.
general, which actually try to promote their rights. That
Okay, ma'am.
should also be, the women journalists who are working, they should also be made more aware about
Awareness.
the kinds of rights that they have, that the law provides them with, and
Yeah,
they should be able to ensure, securing of their rights
sure,
through
ma'am.
proper channels. Thank you very much.
Sure,
Any
ma'am.
other
Thank you so much.
participant with any question to the speaker? Is there any question for the speaker? Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Ma'am, can you stop sharing your screen? So,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Okay, thank you so much. I would like to call upon Nafisa Khan Lodi, ma'am. If you are with us, if you can unmute yourself. Nafisa Khan Lodi. Okay. We don't have her right now. So is there anyone from the participants who is ready with their presentation? If they can unmute themselves and say yes. Dr. R. Venkatesh Aravind, sir, are you ready with your presentation? Ma'am, if you can unmute yourself, ma'am Nivedita, if you can mute yourself, ma'am. It's okay. Dr. R. Venkatesh Aravind, sir, if you can unmute yourself, if you are ready with your presentation. Sir Nitin Kapure, sir, if you are here, if you can unmute yourself. Sir Nitin Kapure, if you are here with us, if you can unmute yourself, sir, if you are ready with your presentation.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Uh, okay.
Ma'am
Hello.
Nivedita, if you can mute yourself, ma'am. Yes,
Hello.
sir. Nitin, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay. Just a minute. I have some issue in still have facing some. Uh, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, okay. Just a minute. I'm sharing my PPT.
Okay, sir.
Ma'am, can you please give me 5 minutes more because I have some issue in network. I am sharing my PPT, but I just have some issue in network. Uh, so just give me 5 minutes more, ma'am. Is it possible?
Uh, okay, sir, but we are going late, so if you can take some quick
Uh,
time
uh,
and present.
okay, ma'am. Just give me 5 minutes. I have some facing some issue in network.
Okay, sir. While you're
Uh,
taking time, we will go further into another participant.
okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Any other participant who is ready with their presentation, if they can unmute themselves? Is there any other participant who is ready with their presentation right now?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir. May I know your name, sir?
My name is Lashram Sayonba. Lashram Sayonba.
Sorry, sir. Can you repeat once again your name?
Lashram Sayonba. Should I write it down on the chat?
Okay. Sir, can you write it on the chat box, your name? Okay. So give us a second, sir.
Put my name on the chat.
Sir, your presentation will be in the next slot. Uh, it is, yeah, it is after 2 o'clock, sir. On the next session, you will have the time to present your paper.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. At this moment, you can be an audience and you can hear other participants, sir.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Is there any other participant of this slot who is ready with their presentation?
Yes, ma'am, I am ready. Dr.
Okay.
Venkatesh, I am ready. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So take your time.
Shall I
Sure, sir. You
shall
can.
I share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Hope my screen is visible.
Sir, it is about to be visible. It is yet not visible. Yes, sir. Now it's visible.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So sorry for the I am Dr. Venkatesh Arvind. My paper is on usage and preference of government safety app. It is a specific study on one particular application called Kavalar Vidhi.
Sir, can you go a bit slow? We are unable to understand your voice. Can you go a little bit slow?
Yeah,
Okay. Thank you, sir.
yes, yeah. So myself, I
continue.
am Dr. presenting a paper today on usage and preference of government and safety apps. And
Sir, your
government safety
voice is
application
breaking.
called a Kavalar Vidhi. Speaking. The basically the the government applications. It also comes under
Sir, okay, he have left. Yeah.
Yeah. The
If you can once again take present. So we lost you because of the network. If you can once again present your PPT. Sir, if you, because of the network issue, if you're unable to present the PPT, that's totally fine. You can just speak about the presentation or the paper that you're going to present. That would also do. Sir, am I audible? His video is on. So, if your presentation is not working because of the network issue, you can speak on the paper. That would also do, sir.
okay, yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
So myself, I'm Dr. Venkatesh, and our study basically on government, applications and especially the safety applications. So study basically we have focused on, although it speaks about safety applications, the government usually considers that under the very ambit of e-governance application. A few research scholars, both Indian as well as national scholars, they consider the e-governance applications as something which is actually very much enhances the services of the people which they want, the goods or services which the people want, and they conclude that accountability, transparency, and enhancing safety and security is very much the need of the application. So basically,
So we are unable to hear you, sir.
uh,
Dr. Venkatesh, can you hear me? Dr. Venkatesh, am I audible to you?
how about now, ma'am?
Yes, I would request you, since there is a lot of, issues related to the internet, I would request you to basically point out what are the objectives of your study, what are the findings, and what are your recommendations. If you could highlight these three for us.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yes.
Yes, yes.
So basically, our objectives were to look at the reasons as to why respondents prefer to use government safety applications. And the second objective of our study was to find out the difficulties, if any, which was faced by the respondents in using the applications. So we took a questionnaire. We took a questionnaire. Mm, For study, what we basically did was we looked at what are the major factors that contributed to their usage, and we looked at so we basically looked at whether there is, a significant, relationship between, let's say, the educational factor, the gender, and what are the major issues that are present. So when we looked at the significant factors as to why respondents are using this application, was that this application mandates only one-time usage of getting OTP in your respective mobile phone, and you don't need internet most of the time. But you don't have to re-register for the application every time when you want to log into the app. So basically, what it does is, in a sense of emergency, you are not in a situation to make a call to the police or any personnel. So you have an emergency or an SOS button, and it will alert the nearest police control room, and they will send a team. Now, speaking about the issues that they users encounter, the biggest issue which they encounter is this application is having wide patronage in urban areas, but when it comes to rural areas, it also mandates after a point of time significant usage of internet. And internet is not penetration is not so high, especially in rural areas. But most of our respondents were from rural areas. So every time they have to either look for a network coverage. So the significant issues which they encountered was need for internet access. Secondly, the more patronage for mobile towers. And thirdly, it also requires more, let's say, technical skills to use the application, because most of our respondents happen to be, respondents who were studied up to only 10th standard. And one of our major findings also was that female respondents were using the safety application more, because they still, in the digital era, they were having still issues of, privacy or, safety. And, with things that were happening, they were patronizing and they were using this application more. So our recommendation was that, the more patronage of mobile towers are needed. Secondly, more penetration with the digital space is needed, because not everybody is tech savvy. And if they are able to sort out these two issues, then the significant relationship or breaking of the stereotype that the police is not always friendly would break. Because if people still have a lot of fear when it comes to, so that stigma will also get broken. And this is our major conclusion of the study.
Thank you, Dr. Venkatesh Arvind, for
Yes, ma'am.
your presentation. You have pointed out
Yes, ma'am.
that to what extent the government safety apps are relevant and they enhance the services provided, and to what extent transparency and security issues are related to the usage of these government apps. And you have
Yes,
also,
ma'am.
through your research, tried to point out that women prefer using the government safety apps more than the other genders. Also, you have highlighted the factors that are involved in the implementation of these government security apps, especially Kavala Ruthavi, that you have pointed out, the issues
Yeah.
faced, and most of the issues that you have pointed out are actually infrastructural deficiencies, as a result of which these app is not properly functioning. And you have suggested as measures for better improvement of the infrastructural facilities, as also more penetration of the app to the masses, so that they understand the usage of these safety apps and make more major use of them. One thing that I would like to learn from you, since you have already done a non-doctrinal study, an empirical study, as you have pointed out, is there any particular age gap or age band that you have chosen to fix the kind of respondents that you have interviewed?
Yeah, we have taken responses from age group of 18 to upwards of 45. So
18
our
to
age group was from 18 to 45.
18 to 45. Okay, and what is your
Yeah.
understanding from the information or the research that you have collected? Is it a case that people from the age group of 18 to 25 or 30, they are much more better users of the app in comparison to ones above 35 or 40? Because the one particular point of consideration is also to what extent they find it convenient. Is the app convenient and user friendly? Is there any answer related to it that you have collected from your research?
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
there
Yeah, when
anything
it
else
comes to
on it?
the urban patronage, 18 to 25 or upwards up to 30, 35 years, they are able to use the app very freely and conveniently when they are in an urban area in the city side. But most of our respondents, if they move to a rural area, there the issue is the rural respondents or the people who are also of the same age, they are not able to afford the same costly smartphones which the urban people can afford. So that is also needed. And because they're lacking in certain technical skills as to how you have to use the smartphone and the application, that they need somebody to guide them or teach them how they have to use the application. So when it comes to rural patronage, there is more technical knowledge and impartial is needed on the side of the respondents. And secondly, it is also partially due to their literacy and their willingness to learn. But overall, they found it, easy to learn. But because of these pertinent issues of, network coverage or, having a processing internet at all the times, they find it slightly difficult to adapt and use it at every time when they are in dire need of an emergency or a service. Yes, ma'am.
One more question that came to my mind just now, as you were trying to speak out, that is, have you tried to find out the percentage of population in the urban and the rural area who are aware of such apps that are in operation and they make use of it? I mean, is it a case that the rural population in the districts that you have surveyed, are they, are most of them aware of such apps that are in place to help them out? Is there any kind of finding on it
Yeah,
that you can?
this was the first ever, government safety application on the part of our government of Tamil Nadu. Especially, they did it in collaboration with the police department. But the as regards the awareness is quite high in urban areas where almost half of the respondents knew that there are safety applications which has been started by the government for the safety of the citizens and the users.
So as a recommendations, sir, you can all.
But in rural, it was very low.
So as a recommendation, you may also add in your paper, that's a suggestion from my end, that there must be some kind of a framework, executing framework undertaken by the government or from the side by taking the help of the police, some kind of a community policing activity undertaken whereby that such apps are in place to help the masses, both in the urban as well as in the rural areas. That kind of initiative from the part of the policing authorities with whom this app has been launched can be undertaken so that the app can be made more frequently and user-friendly used by the community for whom it has been developed. Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Look forward to its
Sure, ma'am.
publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure, ma'am.
Thank,
Thank you. Yeah.
thank you for your time, sir. Uh, we'll go further for the next presentation. Is there anyone from the participants who is ready for the presentation?
Ma'am, can I do without PPT because I have some issue with PPT? If
Sure,
you
sir.
allow me,
Sure, sir. You can go ahead.
okay. So my subject is Gandhian life, environment, and journalism in reference to environmental news appearing in Gujarati newspaper. Okay. So I'm starting with the total a bit of environment about about right now there is a very big issue about the environment. Now the global temperature rise is 3 degrees Celsius, and lots of scientists already warning us about the climate change, environment, global warming. Okay. So I took a concept of Gandhi's life. The father of the nation, Gandhiji, influenced the people with the lifestyle in which Gandhiji provides the example how to live life with nature by adopting the same lifestyle with a person living in the village with very small things. Gandhi used to talk about everyone living in the village is thought on paper, Indian opinion, Harijan. He given in third chapter in Harijan, Gandhiji told that we have to make balance with the environment and human population. Otherwise, we have in big problem in future. Okay, so we have history of environment movement. You know, Bishnoi community before 400 years ago, a Bishnoi community is given a big movement for saving of 25,000 trees, and they fought with the truth and non-violence. They attached with the trees, you know, जो हिंदी में बोलते हैं कि वृक्ष को चिपक के, जो चिपको आंदोलन जहां से एक वो हुआ था, इंस्पायर हुआ था, तो दे टेक अ bath to the trees, and lots of people lost life from Bishnoi community, and Bishnoi community very well known of Rajasthan, belong to Rajasthan, and where they very environment friendly community. So we have already a history that for environment movement. I just come to on my objective. See, my objective is to what is opinion of Gujarati newspaper on various issue of environment. My second objective is to check the details and shown in articles about environments are accurately present or not. To note how environmental information and news are ranked in Gujarati news, where they are given space in first paper, first page, second page, third page. What is the importance of environmental news? How much they given detail is in 1 column, 2 column, 3 column, 4 column, and how they are given importance to local environment issue, national environment issue, and international environment issue. There is a lots of type of environment issue. So how they given space to local environment issue and global environment issue. And my hypothesis are environment is not given much important in Gujarati newspaper is my hypothesis. Okay. And I took a duration of 1 month. It's January 1st to 31st January. And I took 5 newspaper. They 5 newspaper are published from different parts of Gujarat. Gujarat Samachar are publishing from central Gujarat. Full Chavis published from Saurashtra. Okay, these are different part of Gujarat, and Kutch Mitra are published from Kutch. Rakhewadi is published from North Gujarat, and Gujarat Mitra are published from South Gujarat. So they all Gujarati newspaper cover all the district of Gujarat. So we can easily take the every parts of Gujarat. So if there is a local environment issue, we can find out the local newspaper. So there is a frequency we can match every newspaper. I just took some. Just a minute. This is I took some part like news. There is a 6 or 7 type of news generally I seen in Gujarati newspaper. First news is about to polluted. If in the world there is a 15 city of India are most polluted city in the world. Okay, if there is a temperature rise in Ahmedabad, so they put a small brief of column. Okay, so we can see there is a lots of news about the pollution and temperature rise. Mostly news about they are not giving the detailed news about the pollution, why pollution is and they are not given like a pollution up from 2.5 PM. But what is PM? Normal public doesn't know about the PM particular matter. So they don't given a detail about the what type of pollution is there, why the pollution is going upside this time, and why going downside this time. So they are not given a detailed news. And there is a current environment and surrounding life condition. They are given a small news like there is a very big fire in Amazon rainforest. About 3 or 4 months the fire is going on. But in Gujarati newspaper, I just seen some small story or some photo story about this. Say millions of hectares are forest are burned, but they are not given importance to this biggest event, biggest disaster of environment event. Okay, so this is I read some editors news, but there is a very less detail in, like, I write the read this column about the migration of people due to climate change, but they are not given data how many people are migrate. Okay, there is a migration due to climate change, but they have to show on some data, show on some fact, how many people in India, how many people. So there is a no detail in environment story. Generally, I just find a first page information and main headline information about environment. When there is a biggest disaster in Uttarakhand, there is a very big disaster or flood in some Gujarat city. So there is a one big page main headline news we can see, but there is a no given detail about why this flood is happen and why this problem is happen in this city. So they are not given a proper data, proper information. They are not even taken some scientist or environmentalist uh, interview on this. They are just given a very basic data which we can find everywhere. Okay, so I just took a word, just a minute. Uh, Word, the main things in essence, complete content and size of space and time. So I took these things, and my finding is mostly there is a very big the research. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Please carry on.
Oh, okay. Okay. So there is a I just seen and I just observe one pattern that there is a only pollution related news, rain related news, weather forecast. There is a temperature rise in the city. There is a so I observe this simple news on climate change. There is a not any report like IPCC report, UN United Nations Development Program report. There is a very big agency publish the report about climate change and other environment issue, but they are not publishing this report with detail. They just given one or two lines. So I just found that there is a very less environment like in my all 1 month newspaper, there is a only uh, total news is only 52 news is total news. Okay, out of that only 6 is related to pollution, 6 is related to natural disaster, and 10 is related to temperature rising, and two news about the flood related news. So very less news are seen in Gujarati newspaper about current environment situation and serious environment situation. Yes, ma'am.
Any recommendations that you have tried to provide through your research?
Ma'am, actually, I seen lots of. See, in Gujarat, we can say the column is written by normal journalists, those who are not expert in environment. In if you find out the Hindu or the Indian Express, they are the column environment column written by the some environment activist or environment engineer, or those who are working lots of since 10 years or since 8 years about environment. Those who are writing a detailed column. But in Gujarat, a normal journalist who is doing crime news, they are also doing environment news. So that's the issue. So we have a specific person in local newspaper that is expert in environment. Then we will do a good content. We will give good content to people.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. You have rightly pointed out that Gandhiji's life is one of the biggest examples of sustainable living. If we read the various anecdotes associated with his life, we truly understand that in all his ways of living, he has actually tried to uphold the concept of sustainable development, that we should not be polluting this environment only for our selfish ends, but also ensure its preservation for the future generations to come. The time frame that you have taken for your research is 1 month, and I find the kind of work that you have undertaken is very interesting, and I would request you to kindly enhance the period maybe for a year or so to understand what exactly is the scenario of reporting of environmental news in Gujarati newspapers. The various points that you have tried to point out is one, there are particular kinds of pollutions that get highlighted, of course. After hearing what you have said, water pollution seems to be one of the most important areas of concern, because as United Nations rightly points out, that by 2030 we are reaching a stage where the fight will be for water, and our sustenance depends on it to the largest possible extent. Also, you have pointed out that local issues are not prominently covered, and also the kind of international uh, dialogues and deliberations and agreements that are signed pertaining to the environment, they are being reported in the very inconspicuous manner with no scientific coverage. Size of space allotted to the environmental reporting is very poor, very little, and also the people who are involved in this reporting are not very much acquainted with environmental issues. Hence, the nature of the reporting that you find, or that your research has pointed out, is
Yes,
not
ma'am.
something which is fulfilling and which can actually perform the role that the media is supposed to undertake. The objective of the media involved is to create an awareness among the masses so that we become conscious and ensure that we can promote sustainable development.
Yes,
Very
ma'am.
good article indeed, but I would really request you to undertake this research in a much more broader manner, taking a larger
Sure, ma'am.
time span, so that the kind of issues that you are pointing out can actually get published in a well-researched journal for not only the people associated in the field of media to be more proactive in environmental reporting, but also for the masses to gain more consciousness about the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm doing same subject. I'm doing my PhD in same subject, and I took my duration is 1 year. Thank you, ma'am. You are given me some point and very good point. So I keep in mind, and I doing very good work. I'm try to do very good work in this area. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation.
Thank you,
Uh,
ma'am.
do we have among us any other participant who is?
Nivedita Das, and the other is
Okay. Thank you so much, all the participants who presented their papers, and thanks to all the students for joining in, and all the viewers on digital platforms who heard the papers. And we will wind up for now. And for the second session, we will come by 2 o'clock, and we will hear from other participants who are going to present their papers.
I take this last opportunity to thank the Department of Mass Communication and Journalism for roping me into this national conclave that you have organized for the second time on media, culture and society, the interrelation and evolution. It's indeed a very great initiative from the department, and I wish the department success in it. Thank you.
Am I audible to the participants?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Okay,
This is
good
Dr.
afternoon.
Arindam from Silchar. Yeah.
Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. We will start the session now. So, good afternoon to all the dignitaries, respected professors and scholars. We welcome to the online technical session of Second Media Conclave organized by the Mass Communication and Journalism Department, Sister Nivedita University. This session will be chaired and by respected Dr. Debanjan Banerjee, and I would like to ask Shovik sir and Namashish sir to felicitate him. Sir Debanjan Banerjee is an author, speaker, media educator, political analyst, and television debater. He is the head examiner and BOS member, Media Macaut visiting professor, SRFTI, Ministry of INB, Government of India. He has 26 years experience in the media industry and academics altogether. We welcome you, sir. So as we go further into the session, this session will contain some very interesting and thought-provoking papers, and we look forward to a very enriching session. I would like to share the names and names of the participants who are going to present the paper. First is Dr. C. Sriram, who is from Dwarka Dos, Govardhan Dos Vishwanath College. He is an assistant professor, and his topic is inserting Hollywood sequel culture specific items into Indian film industry, a discourse analysis. Then we have Laishram Shayonba Singh, who is from Northeastern Hill University, a scholar. His topic is meta-modernism and aesthetics programmatism in Charlie Kaufman's film I Am Thinking. Then we have among us Priya Shom, who is from Ranchi University, a scholar. Her topic is a study of cinematic codes and cultural expression in India. And also we have Shashwati Panna, who is from Chitkara University, scholar. Her topic is titled Changing Content and Realism on OTT, Transgender Representation in Web Series, Made in Heaven and Tali. And then we have among us Dr. Arindam Gupta from the Assam Tribune, independent academician. His topic is Personalization of Politics on Social Media, a study of Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Twitter communication. So at first, I would like to call upon Dr. C. Sriram, if he is among us, sir. Do we have Dr. Sriram among us? No, okay. Is there Shashwati Panna, ma'am, among us right now? Yes. Okay. Shashwati, ma'am, if you can unmute yourself and just, we will, okay. Welcome, Shashwati, ma'am. Are we audible to you, ma'am?
Yes, you all are audible.
Ma'am, would you like to present your paper right now?
I haven't yet reached my desk. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are.
Yeah. So, has it started?
Yes, ma'am. It has just started.
Okay. So it's showing now 2:45. So after 3, like I'll be okay if you can reschedule me, or else
Okay.
on the way somewhere I'll.
Okay, ma'am. No problem. We will ask you later then. No problem, ma'am. For now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. For now, we would like to call upon Laishram Shayonba Singh. Sir, are you there, sir?
Yes. Here.
Nee. Yeah. Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Sir, are you ready with your presentation?
Yeah, I can go ahead and present my paper.
Okay, sir. Take your time and the floor is yours. Just before the session starts, we would like to once again share this with all the participants that the timing of the paper presentation is 15 minutes, from where the 10 minutes would be your presentation time and 5 minutes would be the question answer round.
Uh, can everyone see my presentation? My
Yes,
PowerPoint?
sir. We can see your presentation, sir.
I'll start with my, okay. First of all, thank you everyone for having me. My name is Lashram Sayonba. I'm from Shillong and from the Northeastern Hill University. So the title of my paper is Metamodernism and Aesthetic Pragmatism. In Charlie Kaufman's film, I'm Thinking of Ending Things. So this is going to be a case study of a film. The film is titled I'm Thinking of Ending Things, released in 2019. 2020, I'm sorry. So yeah, the film is directed by Charlie Kaufman. He's a very prominent director in Hollywood. And the film was adapted from a novel of the same name by Ian Reid. So the story follows a young woman as she travels with her boyfriend, and they are on their way to visit his parents, and the story quickly starts to get really complicated, and we are, as a viewer, we are left to figure out the story for ourselves. So the film has won multiple awards for best screenplay, best editing, best adapted screenplay, and it has been nominated for several more. Okay, so I put up a picture of Charlie Kaufman, the director, and the author who wrote the book, Leanne Reed. And this in the middle is a picture of the cover of the book itself. Okay, before I move on and with the film, I want to explain the concept of metamodernism. So metamodernism is a philosophical movement which came after postmodernism. So postmodernism was a reaction to modernism, and metamodernism is a reaction to postmodernism itself. So even though the term metamodernism was first introduced in 1975, it is only now that people have taken interest in it, and it is still being developed and then being discussed upon. And it has only become popular in the recent time. So in the postmodernism era, the films or the artistic pieces were characterized by deconstruction, irony, pastiche, and nihilism. And in postmodernism, they did away with the grand narrative that was present in the modernism. But in in the metamodernism, they bring back the elements of grand narrative. So the balance between modernism and metamodernism. So it's like metamodernism takes the best of both modernism and postmodernism, and to create a better understanding of the artifacts that we can explore. Okay, so now we have I've outlined the concept of metamodernism. Now I'll explain like what is metamodernism in film. So recently, a lot of the films which are coming out now can be described as metamodernism. So metamodernism films, it combines like aspects of postmodernism and also modernism, while postmodernism films can be very ironic and self-reflective, and it can be very detached from sincere messages. So it does away with the grand narrative. But in metamodernism, they bring back the meta narrative, and then they put a more sincere themes into the films. So rather than just deconstructing and critiquing storytelling, and like postmodernism always does, metamodernism uses techniques to represent a more nuanced visual of life and storytelling. Okay, these are some of the aspects that I can say about some of the components that you can find in metamodernism film. For example, narrative complexity and hybridity. In a lot of meta-modernist films, you'll see that the narrative structure is very complex and it's not like a linear structure. And hybridity means they combine a lot of tropes and genres of films. Like it's hard to categorize a metamodernist film into one specific genre. So they blend genres and then they combine a lot of genres. And they try to be, another one is the effective and emotional realism. So they go into like very serious tones and they bring out the seriousness of emotional issues and mental issues in their movies. And the other one is the temporal fluidity. So a lot of these films, they play with time. So the time in these films, like the narrative structure, doesn't flow in a straightforward direction. They can jump backwards and back and forth in the times and then mix it up and making it more complex. And the other one is intertextuality. So intertextuality is when there are references to other texts within the film itself. And this can be the references to other movies, references to pop culture, or references to books. And then we have the self-reflexivity. So metamodernist films are self-reflective, so they are aware of they're aware of themselves. They are aware that they of the film being itself a film, and they often comment on the film themselves. And these films tend to be very ambiguous, and then it can be open to multiple interpretations, and it's very subjective. And the last one, we have one of the most important aspects of metamodernism film is the irony and the balance between irony and sincerity. So these films can be like very complex and very experimental, but in the same time, they have a very sincere tone to it. So they deal with real life problems, and whatever subject that they deal with, they take it very seriously. And then that's how we separate the metamodernist film from the postmodern film. But these are some of the examples of other metamodernist film that we can see. For example, this Everything Everywhere All at Once just came out recently, 2022, and The French Dispatch by Wes Anderson. This adaptation is another film by Charlie Kaufman that came way back in 2002, which is today also considered a metamodernism film. And there we have the Arrival film, a science fiction film that came out in 2016. So these are other examples of metamodernist films. And then now we get into the aesthetic pragmatism. So in an aesthetic pragmatism approach to study, aesthetics is the study of beauty and appreciation of beauty in films. So in films, there's a lot of components which goes into aesthetics, like the cinematography, the set design, the mise-en-scene, the color use, the narrative structure, the themes, and all of this. But when we look at aesthetic pragmatism, it looks at the usefulness of the aesthetic. So not using aesthetic only because it looks pretty or looks beautiful, but also because it can help it can serve the movie in a way. It can be practical. So it's using aesthetic but in a practical manner. So in this paper, I try to study how they pragmatically use aesthetics to serve the metamodernist aspect of the film. So yeah, this is the objective of the paper, just to study how the film used the functional use of aesthetics in the film. I'm thinking of adding things in order to reinforce the film's metamodern sensibilities. Okay, for the methodology, I've gone with a qualitative approach for the study so that we can have a better understanding of the film. And so I have focused on four main elements of the film to study. This is the narrative structure, the visuals or the visual aesthetics of the film, intertextuality, and the themes present in the films. And the movie was accessed from Netflix, as the Netflix were the original publishers of this movie. So this film first came out in Netflix. First, we'll look at the narrative of the film. So, like I said in the previous slides, in the meta-modernist movie, the narratives are not linear, and then they jump back and forth. So, and then I also talk about the hybridization of the styles and genres. So in here we can see that this film, it cannot be categorized as belonging to one genre. Like you can't put this film as belonging to an action adventure, a horror movie, or a romantic movie. Like you can't categorize it to be in one particular genre, but instead it mixes, it takes drops from a lot of genres, and it goes and it's called what we call a genre bending. So it uses these movies, they use genre as a tool, but not as a category. So like in here, this film can also, for example, this film can also be analyzed as a psychological drama. So in psychological drama, we see we deal with a lot of So in psychological drama, we see that the central conflict can arise from the character's inner struggle, personal demons, and unresolved past experiences. So for example, in here, even if you look at it here, this is a shot after shot, stills taken from a movie. These are the two main characters of the film. The character in here, the guy is named Jack, and the woman is named Lucy. And first, Lucy takes a look at the picture on the wall, and then she sees a picture of herself. And then she takes a second glance, and the second time she looks at it, the picture changes to that of the Jakes. So there's a slight change, though we can't see it here properly. I'll see it sure in the next slide. Oh yeah, you can see that the hair changes in just one frame. So it brings in the concept of psychological drama in the film. And even in here, we can see that as Jake and Lucy are in a car, they travel in the car, and then they're having a conversation. The actors change, the face of Lucy changes completely, and then it throws off the viewers as to what's happening in the car. So again, it goes back to the film as being a psychological drama. And the film also has elements of horror films, like the framings that we can see here, like the closed off door in the basement and the way the camera is positioned here. So they take a lot of tropes from psychological drama and also from horror films. And even if you pay attention to the sound on it, they have some horror elements to the film. And lastly, in the last sequence of the film, it turns into a musical. So there's a dance number, and the story is played out through a dance. The character dances, and that's how the story is told. So it goes into a theater mode. So the film, it constantly switches genres. So it doesn't. So it's hard to define this film as belonging to one genre. So there's one way that this film can be considered a meta-modernist film. And another one is the road trip movie that we see a lot in Hollywood films, like Mad Max Fury Road or Road Trip. So this is another genre that we see in Hollywood, where characters, they go in a car ride, and the story plays out. So even in this film, the entire story, it takes place in a car ride, and Jake's parents' house, which they visit. And then, like I said, the narrative structure in a meta-modernist film are usually non-linear, and then they play around with the narrative structure. For example, this is stills taken from the movie, and they play out one after another. In the first frame, we can see that there is the Jack's head from behind, and those are his parents sitting on the chair, and with his girlfriend Lucy in the middle. So that is Jack's father to the other side is Jack's mother. On the next frame, we can see that quickly in no time, Jake's father is now an old man, and his mother is now an old woman. So this happens within the same sequence, and we are the viewers are left puzzled that how a person can age so rapidly. But in fact, in the film, the characters, they meet these parents at different points in their life. So it creates it breaks down the narrative structure of the film.
Hello,
Yes.
this is Dr. Banerjee speaking. So I think Lashiram, you're running out of time. Your stipulated time is 10 minutes. Can you please wrap up a little quickly?
Okay. Okay.
Please.
Okay. These are more examples of narrative, breaking down narrative structure. And one of the other aspect of the film is the self-reflexivity. So in this film, the characters comments on herself and she questions her role in the movie. And the other thing that I can talk about is the visual aesthetics of the film. So for example, if you go to the cinematography, I managed to jot down the camera that they use and the lens that they've used for the movie. So they have modified the camera and the lens to better serve the movie. So the filmmaker, the cinematographer of the film said that he wanted to capture the spirit of the Andrei Tarkovsky's film. So these are some of the stills from Tarkovsky's film that he has used. And if you compare them, you can see the similarity in style. So this is another way how
I have understood. I have understood. Just tell me what exactly your inference out of this film. Why you have chosen this film of Charlie Kaufman. Charlie Kaufman has made many movies, and there are many movies that are based on metamodernism. Why you have chosen particularly this film?
Okay.
Why?
Okay. Through my literature review, I found that this film has yet to be studied. And especially in a book, this is titled The Philosophy of Charlie Kaufman. So the book studies all these movies up to Synecdoche, New York. So this film has not been studied yet in academic discourse. So that's the
Okay.
reason why.
What are the other movies you have seen of Charlie Kaufman apart from this?
Adaptation, Anomalisa.
Anomalisa you have seen. Okay. What about New York? Have you seen the New York?
I have not seen the film, but I know about the film. Yeah, I have. Right.
Okay. Last two questions for your wonderful session. It was really a very enriching session. Thank you so much. What do you exactly mean in a very simplest way, in a very simple way, aesthetic pragmatism? If you want to talk about the film, what exactly this aesthetic pragmatism is?
Okay, I'll go to the slide that talks about aesthetic pragmatism. We all, I guess that we all know what aesthetic is. It's the study of beauty, the appreciation of beauty. But then when we say aesthetic pragmatism is the practical use of beauty, like not only using aesthetics for the sake of it, but aesthetics having a functional use of aesthetics. For example, the lens that was used in the film is a Panasonic Edge lens, and the lens was modified by the filmmaker. The edges of the lens were made less sharper compared to the inner part of the lens. So the outer part of the lens is softer. So this is like an aesthetic choice. So it is also a practical choice, because when you shoot with that lens, the borders of the frame, it becomes blurrier compared to the center of the frame. So it gives it a dreamlike effect. So which adds to the story of the film being like a dream. So that's one example of aesthetic.
Great. So the last question for you, can you name one Bollywood movie where you'll be getting this aesthetic pragmatism in a very larger perspective? We're talking about a Hollywood movie about Charlie Kaufman, but there are many Bollywood great movies where this term has been embedded and very much used, aesthetic pragmatism. Eddie, you just mentioned one movie with a small example.
Okay. Okay, I'm not very familiar with.
No, it can be any Indian movie. I'm not talking Bollywood. It can be any regional movie also. A Bengali, a Tamil, an Assamese, a Punjabi, a Telugu movie, where exactly this aesthetic pragmatism used.
I think in a lot of Bollywood movie, I think the costumes, they play a very big role, especially in the musical numbers. Like in many movies we see that, especially in the dance numbers, the costumes play a very big role. For example, if you look at the film Lagan, if I can remember, and when the way that they are dressed, it also serves to it brings out the difference in class between the Britishers and the common folks. So that's one use of aesthetic pragmatism that I can.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Any question from any of the presenter to Mr. Singh? Any question from the rest of the presenter? You can go ahead. 2 minutes I can give you for the question from the rest of the researcher in this panel. If not, we have to go for the next presenter. Okay, I think let's move for the next one. Thank you so much. Very well presented. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. We will go further. We have among us Dr. C. Sriram. Sir, if you can hear us, then you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, I can hear.
Sir,
Can you
are
hear
you? Yes, we can hear you, sir. Are you ready with your presentation, sir?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay.
Okay.
Should I have to share my screen?
Wait a second, sir. Laishram, sir, we would request
yes,
you
okay.
that if you can stop your screen sharing.
Okay. I didn't share. I'm not sharing my screen.
No, sir. I'm telling another
Previous
participant. Yeah, previous speaker. I'm saying it. Yeah. Sayanba, sir, if you can stop your screen share.
Okay.
Okay, you're trying. Okay, thank you, sir. Sriram, sir, this is your time. The floor is yours. You can present your presentation.
So I can share my screen, right?
Yes, sir, you can.
Okay. So can you see my screen? Can you see the slides on screen?
No, sir,
not
not
yet.
yet.
I think I've shared. Here I can see it. It's
Maybe, sir, because of the network issue, we are unable to see it yet.
okay. I'll try once again.
Yes, sir.
What happened?
While sir is presenting his paper, I would request all the participants to stick to the timing, 15 minutes, so that the other person might not get delayed.
Can you see slides now?
Sir, it's not yet showing, sir. It's showing that the screen will be shared, but it isn't visible yet.
But here I'm able to see it on screen. So things that how can I do it orally? Because
Sir, your voice is breaking, sir.
on my mobile
Sir, your voice is breaking because of the network issue.
now, ma'am.
Sir, from your hand, there is some network issue because of which we are unable to see the screen and neither we can hear you properly.
Location.
Sorry, sir, we are unable to hear you, sir. We should, yeah. Sir, while you are connecting, you can check your network further. We will get back to you again. Until then, we can go further for the next participant.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. So we have Yeah, sir, can you stop sharing the screen because the sharing is, yeah. Yeah, thank you, sir. Right now, I would like to call upon Shashwati Panda, ma'am. Are you here with us? Can you hear us, ma'am?
Yeah, I can hear you. I haven't reached, but
Okay.
uh,
Okay, ma'am. How long you will be?
should I just park my vehicle some? Uh, Actually, it's showing 10 more minutes.
Okay. Okay, no problem, ma'am. No problem. We will go to the next person. Do we have among us? Do we have among us Dr. Arindam Gupta? Dr. Arindam Gupta? Sir, can you hear us? Yes, sir. You need to unmute yourself, sir. Sir, at the down left corner, you might get a unmute button. So we are unable to hear you, sir. You are still mute. You're still on mute. Are you on mobile, sir? Okay, sir, you can check on the left down corner of your mobile. There will be a mute. Okay. So beside the video, there is an icon for audio. Can you see? At the left corner of your hand, left
Yeah,
corner.
yeah. Now,
Yes, yes.
can I? Is it audible now?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, respected speaker of the session. Can I start?
Yes, you can go ahead. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So, first of all, thank you, Sister Nivedita University administration and organizers of this national conclave for such a beautiful opportunity, and I'm really excited to present my paper. I've been working in the media profession since last 15 years, but today I'll be presenting my paper as an enthusiastic independent academician because for the love of academics. First of all, let's just 2-3 sentences about me and where do I come from. I come from Silchar, that's the southern part of Assam, Barak Valley, and I've done my studies from Assam University, Silchar, in the Department of Mass Communication, and my area of work is political communication on social media. This brings me to my topic for today's presentation is personalization of politics and social media, a study of Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Twitter communication. Now, before I begin, just a little bit of perspective. I hope my presentation is there with you, or should I share it? There must be something wrong in the network. So I guess the presentation is already sent yesterday.
Sir,
if it is possible for you, please share the screen.
Can I get 1 minute for that?
Okay, I'm giving you 1 minute. Little first, please.
Just a second. It says there's some error, sir. I'm very sorry. I've been trying.
Is the presentation live video? Can you share? Right. Dr. Gupta, the problem is we can't share your presentation.
No, sir, I have the presentation, but then on my mobile it says there is some. It doesn't support the document, so that has been the worry actually.
Laptop is not with you, or desktop, anything? Any other device?
Yeah, I'm having my laptop, but that application through which we are connected is not installed.
So that way,
Sir, you can also open Zoom on your Google account as well. You don't need the software for that or the app installed
Okay.
in your laptop.
Okay.
That also you can try, sir. You can go and search Zoom on Google, and then you can just copy paste the link and you might log in.
Just a second, ma'am. I'm doing this.
Sure, sure. Take your time.
Yeah.
Dr. Gupta, as you are
Yeah.
preparing
Yeah.
yourself,
I'm
no
almost.
problem? Yeah, okay, take your time.
I'm almost done actually.
Okay, 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 great.
Just I'm signing in.
Okay, okay. I would request all the other participants be prepared with your presentations because we do not have the access to show it. You have the access to show it. So it would be really helpful if you can be prepared with your presentations, and that would save a lot of time for everybody.
I guess I'm having some problems with the login in. Let me try once again to share on my mobile.
Is there any other participant who is ready with their presentation? Please unmute yourself and say yes or no so that while Dr. Gupta is preparing himself, we can take on them.
Yeah. Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Is it possible to share it as a PDF instead of a PPT?
yes, you can. If you don't have, you share the PDF. Yes, you can.
Oh, okay, okay, sir. Yeah, I'm doing that.
Share the PDF.
Yeah, is it visible now?
Yes, visible. Go ahead. Go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, thank you, and my apologies for this unwanted delay. Yeah, as we understand, political communication, it started back in the 1960s as a subfield of communication, and gradually, first the press, then the electronic media, and then in the modern day times, social media, the rapid proliferation of social media, has given a new dimension to the exercise of political communication. As a subfield of communication, it has become furthermore interesting and a very important exercise in the domain of communication studies. As citizens become an important catalyst in taking forward the studies using technology per se. So, it is more so important because we are talking about new media, and Twitter is very much a part of the new media domain. So, without much ado, let me just highlight on social media as a political communication tool. There has been a rapid transformation in the way the political communication exercise was done some years ago. Say, for instance, what was new in 2005 or 2010 is an old phenomenon right now, because we are into the ages. I mean, very recently we entered the age where the channels have come up. Every politician, everyone has every celebrity rather have their own channels on WhatsApp, on Instagram, and YouTube. So it's an evolutionary process. And just a quick look at the social media scenario in India at this moment. 750 million users was expected in December. In 2020, which was recorded at 757.96 million in 2020 at the end, and now in March this year it has come to 881 million, 0.25 million. Obviously, after 5-6 months, right now in September, it is notching near about 900 million. So this is all about the social media scenario in India. Now, let me just give a quick look at the political communication and social media, the Indian perspective. If we look back to the history of the political campaigns, now this kind of an exercise becomes very active when we think about this election times. Next very soon we'll be entering into another election environment. So this becomes very interesting to look into this particular phenomenon. So having done a literature study, I found out that there's a book written by a journalist from NDTV, very senior journalist from NDTV, Prannoy Roy, who said that the phases of Indian election is divided first into the docile phase, which was the first 30 years since independence. Since 1952, the docile phase started where there was not much of kind of gaga over electioneering as such. The next phase was the volatile or angry phase, if I may say so, like the phase in the decades during the 1970s, which was which saw the emergence of kind of aggressive and more purpose-oriented media as such. And during these periods, there have been changes in the governance as well. Later on, in the later stages, we saw the emergence of satellite television, where the messages that were disseminated had an impact on the people of India, who in turn go for voting. The media coverage and the election coverage, the discussions on television had a very deep impact. And in the modern times, especially my study roots to the 2014 Lok Sabha elections, where we saw for the first time, India witnessed an social media orientation in the election process, or rather the election campaigning, where the politicians were engaged in reaching out to the people, through their posts on Facebook, on Twitter, which had a far-reaching impact. And on the individual politician, there was a definite focus on the individual politician and kind of what they brought into the scenario, the way things were discussed, the personal elements were floated onto the political scene more so, rather than what we had in the previous election phases. Now, why we are talking about Twitter? Because it adds as a social media tool, it adds as a force multiplier. Since the development in 2006, now it has been taken over by another owner, Elon Musk, and now it has been given a new name though. But politicians used Twitter for propagating their opinions in India and also in abroad. So for my case study, which was on the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, you can see there's a point given at the bottom of the screen that 5 of the pre-election tweets of Mr. Modi were featuring in the top 10 tweets of that period, including the tweet India is won, which had 3.9 lakh retweets at that point in time. Now, the social media-led general elections of 2014, which saw the rise of the person and the politician, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He brought in a new kind of outlook that technology is here to stay. Technology is here to drive the process of communication from here on. And
Dr. Gupta, can you please just one question? What I have understood, what exactly your research methodology is? Please explain your research methodology.
I'm coming to the methodology part, sir.
Little faster because time is very less.
Yes. I understand the importance of time over here. So I looked into this study through the prism of actor network study, which was developed by French social studies scholars Michael Calonne and Juan Bruno Latour, where they say the integration of human and non-human actors that becomes more prominent over the discourse of political communication. How political actors disseminate their political communication using a particular network. For instance, the social media tool Twitter is the point in case in this study. So the personalization factor over here is you can see from the diagram that the study is a 2-year period, 1 year before the elections and a year after the elections of 2014. So from the figures we can see that the personalized tweets were in the pre-election phase 78. This is mind you 365 tweets before elections and 365 tweets for post elections. That is the sample that I had taken. Of course, there were some other analysis being done, because these tweets come from the sentiment study that was carried out, and these 78 tweets of the pre-election period, which saw a lot of kind of in-depth exercising. For example, there's a tweet mentioned in the chart that says, "Send a personalized holy greetings along with my audio message to your friends." Now here I'd like to mention one point, that during the 2008 US elections of Barack Obama, when he won, he used the term "we" for more than 60 times. So here in the study on Mr. Narendra Modi, the factors like "my friend," "my wishes," "sending my congratulations," these terms were more prominently used as an element of personalized way of political discussions. Now, in the post-election phase, we see that the personalized tweets were 129 as compared to 236 political oriented tweets. Now, let me just quickly go through the conclusion part where, since we talked about something new, so through this political discourse of personalized way of messaging, Mr. Modi had primarily targeted the younger generation per se. Now, you can see that the older media, that is the traditional media, was a media of control. But then with social media, the power belongs to the citizens, where it is decentralized, it is less hierarchical. There is more of a homogeneity of thought with the way the Twitter is being used. The media deterministic perspective, where the media teaches us what to desire. Now, technology has created a desire among people to use it more and more. It is more of a dominant channel of information. And the personalized politics have affected electoral campaigns, which is present study is a strong evidence to this point. The tweets from the political actors have been a good source of academic research. These are the points that I found out through the study. I'll just quickly close in. The tweets that were sent by Mr. Modi were a mix of personal to official, from mundane to emotional messages. Here is a point. During 2014, the first 3 months of 2014, he had gone to Nepal. For a visit, where he mentioned about, in a tweet, he mentioned about meeting a young kid whom he termed as a friend. So these were the kind of orientations that the tweets carried out that I found during the study. The pattern of messaging reflected the responsiveness towards the people and towards the global community as such. He has been able to stamp a belief that technology brings great power in the wake, and there is so much that we can do with technology. There's more of an emotional connect that he sort of made an attempt to establish. There was a prolific use of, yes.
Dr. Gupta,
I'm just concluding, sir. I'm just two to three sentences. I'll just conclude. There was fantastic and creative use of sarcasm through his tweets, which were also had personal flavors. The messages that were carried out from the tweets of Mr. Modi, personal empathy was established with the voters through their good and bad times, and there were a lot of promises being made, which we can find out from the study using the actor network theories philosophy. That is it from my side. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. The topic is really wonderful and really interesting indeed. So I think I have just two questions to you. For example,
Please,
you have mentioned the political communication, but it would have been much more attractive in your presentation if you could include the comparative study of political communication in three systems. One is democracy, one is monarch,
Right.
and one is authoritarian system. Like in a whole world, there are one system is going in authoritarian way or totalitarian, one is a democracy. You have mentioned democracy. Another
Yes.
observation of your research is definitely Modi is very active, or Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi is very active in social media. But you should have been mentioned a little bit of opposition's endeavor pertaining to using the social media
Sir, can
in your
I
research.
intervene? Can I intervene? I anticipated this kind of a query, because the reason for selecting a personality like Mr. Narendra Modi is because right now, just a few hours before I was into this presentation, I just checked on his Twitter followers. 92 million followers he has. Right from 2012,
Understood,
when he had
understood,
only one,
understood.
Yes.
But in a democratic system, you need to include even in Congress, even the Congress, Mr.
Yes.
Rahul Gandhi, and some of the opposition parties also used Twitter, as well as I'm mentioning you one thing. Definitely, your topic is dealing with Twitter, but another very interesting form of media which is being used in a very random way, which is called WhatsApp, right? The
Yes,
political
yes, yes,
communication has been
yes.
used in WhatsApp, especially if you go through the last American election was a WhatsApp election. Even
WhatsApp
both of the
election, yes.
political parties like Congress and BJP, they have their own WhatsApp wing. They made a wing of more than 30 people in different blocks, and they're spreading political
Absolutely,
campaign.
yes.
Anyway,
Yes, yes, yes.
the presentation is very good. So these are my
Thank you,
suggestions
sir.
from my end. You should have mentioned
Thank you, sir.
the comparative study of 3 political systems, as well as little bit of mention of the opposition parties, right? Otherwise, the presentation is very good and the topic is really fascinating. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Gupta, I would request you if you can stop your screen sharing.
Just a second, ma'am. Is it done?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for your
Okay.
presentation, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was nice listening to Honorable Speaker, sir, and I'll take note of the points that he mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now I would like to call Dr. C. Sriram. Are you there, sir? Do we have? Okay, sir. So we can
Can you
hear
hear
you.
me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Sir, are you ready with your presentation?
Yeah, is the reception proper now? At least the audio part?
It's audible. Please share your screen.
Okay, okay. Okay, I'll share my screen now.
Yes, sir.
Can you see my slide on screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. Now, sir, it's showing on my screen.
Not showing here.
Sir, can I do an audio presentation? Because I don't know this, at least my audio is clear, right?
Okay, you go ahead with the audio. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, you can stop sharing the screen
I'll
there.
do that.
Yeah,
I'm working. Okay, now I've stopped sharing my screen. So the topic here I want to present here is inserting Hollywood sequel culture specific items into Indian film industry, a discourse analysis. So it's about how this sequel culture followed in Hollywood movie industry that has been slowly penetrating into the Indian film industry. That's my topic. So my student, he wants to have a feel about how to present in a research conference. So he will just give the introduction part alone. His name is Anirudh. And after that, I will explain you about the methodology. So, Anirudh.
So my name is Anirudh. I'm here to give the introduction. So if you look at it, the content produced by modern media products is aside from being a subject of social cultural analysis, it is also field of visual presentation. What we have done is in this paper, we have specifically gone into the Hollywood specific sequel culture, how it has been inserted into Indian film industry. And for specific context, we have taken the Tamil cinema, which has always been a candidate for academic research about Indian cinema. So if you look, such media products have also influenced the position of Indian directors, and the study has also analyzed the conceptions in contemporary films of today. So I would like to pass the presentation over to my mentor, Dr. Srinu.
Okay. So can I continue? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead, please.
So actually, the next slide I dealt with, I couldn't present it on screen. So I have collected some important review of literatures. I mentioned 3 review of literatures. It's about they have explained about how this sequel culture it has been adopted from the Hollywood industry and how it has been slowly entering into the Indian film industry. That has been explained in the review of literature. These studies have been quoted. They have been done in the year 2015, 2016, and 2017. So it's almost recent studies only. Then I'll go to the methodology part. Here I have used the methodology Foucault's discourse analysis. So it doesn't focus much on the language or the semiotics. Semiotics means the studying of signs and symbols. It helps to analyze more about. It tells more about the connection between the formed meaning and the inferred meaning. That is the general actual meaning underlying beneath the scenes and frames used in the films. So the case study here, I've used this Hollywood movie, Velaila Patadari. So it means someone unemployed. That is the meaning of the title. This VIP franchise, it's called in short form, it's called VIP. So the first part is VIP and the second part is VIP 2. So unemployed 1, unemployed 2. That is the actual translation for this movie franchise. So certain scenes and dialogues in this movie has been analyzed based on the Foucault's discourse analysis theory, and based on that, I've come up with some results. So the next comes, and I have also tried to answer 2 research questions here, which are, the first question would be, how are Hollywood sequel culture specific items inserted into the Indian film industry, particularly in the modern Hollywood film industry? The second research question would be, how does this foreign representation relate to the different creative affiliations and socio-culture standpoints of the Indian film industry? So how this culture, this foreign culture, when inserted, how does it reflect when it comes to visual representations in Indian film industry? With special reference to Kollywood, Tamil film industry. So after then I've done the analysis of the various themes. So this movie, the general theme in both the parts would be star celebrities have been casted. Similar, almost if you see the production front, similar budgets for both the movies, and the release dates for both the movies have been predetermined, and the distribution has been well planned, and promotion has also been well planned for both the movies, Velaila Patadari and Velaila Patadari 2. And because of this, there has been less financial risk for the film producer, and both the movies did pretty much well in the box office. Then if I analyze the theme part, both the movies, they deal with the general theme, unemployed, angry middle class. That has been well explained. More specifically, unemployment for the young engineering graduates. That has been very well said in both the movies. So it tells a lot about what a practical graduate is facing on the society. That has been powerfully dealt with in both the movies, and we can call it Hollywood sequel logic, because same theme, the repetition, that is a repetition has been shown with some tinge of variation in it. The repetition, in the sense, unemployment is the repetition, but that has been shown to the audience with a tinge of variation in it. That is a variation in screenplay and dialogues. Even casting has been a little different when comparing first part with the second part, because in the first part the antagonist is a male antagonist, and in the second part the antagonist is a female antagonist. So that's how the two movie differs. That is the differentiation part when it comes to analyzing the both the movies based on Foucault's discourse analysis. Then this formula has been, after the release of this movie, this formula has been this very same formula has been dominantly used in the Tamil film industry, and this formula has been very much successful also. So overall, if you see, generally, if you see the theme wise, this movie has been a very big hit, and the audience, it has been a fascinating phenomenon for the Indian movie buffs, especially the Tamil movie lovers. Then comes the discussion part. So in both the movie parts, traditional definition for unemployment and middle class has been well dealt with. Then in the first part, they were talking about building up a construction firm. In the second part, they were talking about the rampant corruption taking place in the construction field, and how politicians interfere in the business of construction. That has been well explained. And further, in both the films, people's ego, how it is affecting other people's life. Because of one's ego, how is one's career getting affected? That has also been well explained in both the parts. Then if you see dialogue wise, in the first part, there was this this girlfriend of the protagonist, she used to have this very casual dialogue, like, why are you making a face like this? She asked these questions to her boyfriend, to which the Raghuvaran is the protagonist here. He casually says, my face is just like that. It is me, I'm just like that. Similarly, in the second part, the antagonist, the Vasundhara, the female antagonist, the female villain over there, she'll be asking like, you not working for a firm is ultimately your loss. For which the hero casually says like, I would prefer being the head of a cat rather than being the tail of a lion. So in this way, in both the movies, the protagonist uses his innocent nature and also
Dr.
his presence
Shriram, Dr. Shriram, I would like to ask you, I'm interrupting you, very sorry. There's no point of discussing all these things because the time is very less. I have some very specific question. What is your research methodology?
So methodology is the discourse analysis based on Foucault's discourse analysis.
Okay.
I have taken individual frames, dialogues, songs, lyrics, and I have tried to compare it with both the movie parts and see if there are any similarities. In spite of having similar themes, I'm trying to see for variations and also for similarities, so that why did this movie become a big hit among the Tamil audience? That's what
it is your perspectives. Have you taken any audience perspective about these sequels? Because your case study, and you need to take a sample, right? You are giving your perspective, correct? But have you taken any of the audience perspective pertaining to your research, like the sequel of conversion, like from you are following the Hollywood one into the Indian movies? So have you consulted as a sample size of the audience who is giving you the opinion about this your research, their opinion? That is very important.
The audience part I didn't touch, sir. Only like a qualitative analysis I have done. I've taken the frames, dialogues, and this as a survey. I didn't touch the audience.
What was your questionnaire? It was an open-ended questionnaire or closed-ended questionnaire? What is your questionnaire framing? Once you're asking this qualitative or quantitative research, you were asking to your audience with the dialogues and everything.
Qualitative research, but I did not distribute any. I did not go for the survey method. I did not use any questionnaire for this research.
Okay.
I only took a movie, took the secondary data, and analyzed all the scenes, frames, lyrics, dialogues in it, and based on that, I have come up with the results here.
You did ask questions to the audience, right? You have not taken a survey or sample.
No, I took whatever the audience system, that is all taken from, like, as a secondary data I have taken based on movie reviews, whatever the audience felt like saying in movie reviews, that has been taken. Actual audience analysis or actual audience responses I did not take.
Okay, so that is one lacuna in your research. Your topic is very, very interesting, very, really very interesting. But please, I advise you, once you are doing such research, now you need to do some little bit of the audience analysis. That is very important. Like once you're dealing with this sequel, you must be knowing there are some greatest ever Hollywood movies which is based on the sequel, like Friday the 13th, the Star Trek, James Bond. It was 23rd times, right? If it is, we have talked about James Bond, right? Even if you are talking about the buggy, I could remember one researcher has done the same thing. Your topic is almost the same one. So he has consulted with the audience research. That is very important. Anyway, your topic is very good, and definitely it can throw more lights if you can come up with all this audio and audience analysis. Thank you so much, Dr. Shriram. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I'll take your comments.
Please share your PPT or your slides to the mail ID of the organizing authority. I'll definitely go through this, right?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shriram, for your presentation. We would go further for the next presentation. Shashwati ma'am, are you available right now?
Yes. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I'm extremely sorry for all the hassles because I was traveling. And
it's totally fine, ma'am. You can take your time now.
so I have my PPT ready, and let me try and share it with you. How to go about sharing the screen? I press share screen and then
share screen, and then there are what are the choices you have? There are 3 options, right?
Yeah, there are SNU. There is a PPT I have opened.
Yes.
Should I just
Click on
share
that. Click on.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Your presentation is yeah, screened. Yes, ma'am. We can see your presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. So my topic for this, it's a part of the entire research process that is still going on. It's a part of it. And I have taken changing content and realism on OTT and transgender representation in web series Made in Heaven and Tali. Both these are comparatively the newer versions that we have come across on OTT. And so cinema, as we all know, it has tremendous visual appeal. So this study, basically the objective is to highlight the significant changes that have come over the years in filmmaking regarding the representation of transgenders. So the visual appeal for the viewers, the dialogues, the kind of representation that we had seen earlier, and how with OTT, with the freedom the filmmakers have. And of course, in the background, we have the NALSA judgment of 2014 and 2018 that actually set the ground to make topics which earlier had been little uncomfortable for filmmakers to make films on. And social relevance was, of course, the main aim why I chose this topic. Okay, so let's watch this visual for a while. And if you have seen the movie, probably you can relate to it. Even if you have not seen, still this very visual is very telling. This is Lajja Shankar Pandey, as a villain, and Ashutosh Rana played it very brilliantly. But then nobody thought about the repercussion of this, and even now we will take it as an actor's delight to watch him in this role, but the character was that of a transgender, a killer, a merciless killer as transgender. This is again Sadasiv Amrapurkar as Maharani. Again, the way transgenders have been projected on cinema. And we have been continuing with such representations, such visuals. It was a very hit movie, Kanchana, South Indian movie, and the remake was Lakshmi, where Akshay Kumar played a transgender's character. So these images, they stay in people's mind because people, when they watch a movie, they hear certain dialogues, certain frames. This study has been framing within the framework of framing analysis. The theory of framing analysis has been taken to study the kind of stereotypes that we create and the prejudices that the byproduct of those stereotypes are the prejudices that we give to people. And cinema plays a very, very important role in that. So these kind of representations actually has done no good to the community or the society. There were a few others, but do viewers remember these images as much as the negative images that have been portrayed. So with this, the change that we see in the new movies or the new web series, this is Tali. Sushmita Sen has played this role. There is another debate whether a transgender should have played this role or why Sushmita Sen? Because, of course, the acceptance of viewers to see Sushmita playing a role that is of a real transgender activist who has played a very, very important role in the entire process of the change in judicial thing or the law that came in 2014, where 377, the section 377 was striked off. So she's Gauri Sawant, Shri Gauri Sawant. People must not have seen much of the videos. She has been an activist and has international presence. She has gone out, spoken about transgender rights, but people must not have seen those videos. There are n number of videos on YouTube, but there was a visual that came with the ad of Vicks, where she has been portrayed as a mother, and beautiful video. And now her story, this is a tremendous change of content that we can speak about, because from no representation or negligible representation, we have an entire story where the main protagonist is a transgender. So that has that can be seen as a sea change in the way OTT has given that platform or the freedom to express in that way. And the best part is, those who have come up with this story are all male heteronormative people who have made this serial. So there are pitfalls, there are critical analysis of this web series from many accounts. If we go frame by frame, there would be many occasions where certain dialogues, certain they again stereotype them, but yet as an effort, it can be seen as a great change in the content regarding transgender representation. And this is where people, and I would of course like to mention that people who watch regional cinema, there is a beautiful Bengali cinema, Nagar Kirtan, where the love story of a transgender has been portrayed, and every frame speaks the genial affection of people feel, because they are shown as human beings, and all the issues have been touched upon Kaushik Ganguly's film, and that was few years back. But I think pan-Indian level, Nagar Kirtan has not been showcased. Yeah.
Dr. Panda, I'm just stopping you. Very sorry. Very interesting.
Sure.
Very interesting topic you have selected. One is talking about the struggle of the transgenders in the street, and other is talking about the dark-skinned women, the Bead Heaven and the Tali. Both are really a very interesting web series. But I'm asking you, what exactly the objective of your research? What exactly you want to show through your research? What is your objective of your research by which you want to throw some light about these oppressed communities? One is the dark-skinned women and one is the transgenders.
No.
What exactly the objective of the study? Tell me.
The objective is making transgender seen as people who are like any other heteronormative people, which was not there earlier in most of the films we saw on transgenders, on most of the films where transgenders played certain, there was some space given to them. This is another Made in Heaven, has Dr. Trinetra Gammaraju Haldar, who is a transgender herself, playing a transgender character.
Great. So I think before these two movies, this is a web series one stuff. Before this, in the mainstream movies also, there are many movies dealing with the transgenders, right? So I would have expected a little bit of a comparative analysis of the previous movies made on the same topic, right? Along with these two movies.
Yes.
So have you done this? Have you done this? A
This is
comparative
just,
study?
yes, it's a
Show me that.
ongoing.
Show me that
Yes.
slide, please.
No. This particular paper is only for these two. The content
Okay,
analysis.
understood.
Yeah.
But my suggestion is, once you are dealing such things, you need to give a little bit of comparative study of the success of this kind of movies on the mainstream cinema as well as in the OTT. Otherwise, the topic is very interesting and your research is very in depth, and definitely this kind of research will help to give more social message to the mass, by which people can understand their struggle in their life. So very good topic selection. I really appreciate for the topic you have selected, but I think little bit of comparative study is required for
that
your
will be included.
for your
Thank
research.
you so much for that.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Acha,
much.
any question from any other researcher? Those who want to ask any questions to Dr. Panda, you can ask her. Feel free to ask her. I'm giving it. Yeah, please.
Sir, can I?
Yeah, sure. Please tell your name and ask the question.
I was really tempted to listen to Madam Panda's,
Your name, please. Oh, Arindam Gupta. Please
Dr.
go ahead.
Gupta. Yeah,
Please
Dr.
go
Gupta
ahead.
here.
Go ahead.
Madam Panda, it's been a very astounding experience to listen to your presentation, especially the point where you mentioned why Sushmita Sen to portray the character of the person who was a very prolific activist. So this is my question as well. We've been observing the portrayal of characters of transgenders. Why not the actual transgenders be the real protagonists of the stories? That is something that maybe your kind of study will try and come up with the answers. That is my bit of an observation that I found. Otherwise, it's a very tempting paper that you have presented, ma'am. Thank you so much. Just been interested to just raise this question, then why not the real transgender personalities be showcased in the cinematic portrayal?
Sure,
Thank
why
you so
not?
much.
Why not? That is why I have also taken Made in Heaven, where a transgender has played a character of a transgender,
Yes.
that web series, which is a sea change from what we have been seeing for last so many years. And regarding Sushmita Sen, if you type Sri Gauri Sawant, you will see n number of videos, n number of talks, and the Wix ad where she plays herself, the mother of a young girl who she had adopted. So it's not about she not playing, but Sushmita Sen playing a transgender character which send out a message to a lot many people who would actually come to see who is this person. That curiosity itself will
that's true.
play
That's
an
true.
important
That's
role.
true.
So
that's true. Wonderful.
Let's not be very critical about it. The way changes are coming, it should be positive and it should bring some positive. Like filmmakers should now think of showing transgenders as real people who are like us. Yeah. So
yes, that is what.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Very enriching session, but we are running out of time. Extremely sorry. We have to call the next. Wonderful presentation and a very interesting topic. Thank you so much.
Ma'am would request you to stop your screen. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. Do we have Amrita Chatterjee, ma'am, among us? Amrita, ma'am, if you can hear us, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, I'm very much available. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, you're ready with your presentation?
Yes, I'm just sharing my screen. Give me a minute.
Okay, ma'am.
Can everyone see this?
Not yet.
Not yet. Just a minute. Screen. Now?
Yeah.
Everyone can see, right?
Yes, ma'am, we can see your presentation.
Thank you so much. Just a very good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. Well, my name is Amrita Chatterjee, and I'm I'm in the second semester now, the PhD student in the Mass Communication Department. And due to certain family circumstances, I had to come to Deoghar, so I could not be present physically. And presenting online, and thank you so much for accommodating me at this last minute intimation. Well, now straight going into the topic, the title of my research is of this paper is Perception Analysis in Enabling the Role of Digitized Development Communication for Participation of Rural Women in Decision Support System towards Climate Preparedness. Well, the rationale for this research is that the emerging crisis of climate challenges, now that we have seen, this is a study that's been, recorded from the Ayla cyclone in 2009 to Yash cyclone and Amphan that happened a year ago. So this is a study that due to the emerging crisis, it's not about just cyclone or any climate disaster, but also the climate aberrations that we see now, that there are the cropping pattern is being affected. And the farmers the women farmers who have a significant contribution to the agriculture and very intensive labor in agricultural fields, but they are not having access to information, or they are not having access to that technology or communication highway. So it is therefore imperative to ensure that communication frameworks are structured efficiently to enable or to understand the climatic aberrations, so that they can have a proper cropping patterns, and they can have a proper participation in the decision-making support system towards a better climate resilience and adaptation. Well, in this paper is an attempt to first estimate the role of women in the decision-making system, and also amidst this erratic climate patterns, there is a lot of challenges to the food security. We know that the men community, the male counterparts, they travel outside. My study area is definitely Sundarbans, two villages, that is Tiplikheri and Antoli, under Gosaba block, so South Chobbish Parganas. So we have found that the men in the family, the youth, they travel as a migrant labor for work, and the woman who takes care of home, and mostly they even during the high season harvesting period also, we have seen that the majority of women who have very heavy participation in the agricultural fields. But again, the communication access and participation in the decision systems are now really a call of the time, considering the changing patterns of climate, and it's completely directly threatening our food security. Well, the objective of the study is to evaluate the efficacy of digitization in this existing communication framework up to this rural women through social media networks, assess the role of alternative media enabling women's participation in the decision making in this climate vulnerable settings, identify the efficacy of digital development communication, giving higher access, like I already said, giving higher access to communication highway, and the skill of those women farmer or entrepreneurs having proper access to the technology. Well, my methodology has been that the study site is, like I said, that Tiplikheri village in Gosaba block and Amtoli village. This is again a World Heritage Site inhabited by 0.5 million indigenous marginal agrarian community. And the community in the intervention area has 51% women owing to migration of male members as laborers. The primary production cycle comprising agricultural aqua farming is thoroughly devastated herein owing to level of sea level rise and salinity ingress. So you can see that there is an increased salinity right now in Sundarbans compared to a decade ago or compared to 15 years back. So Naturally, this impacts the local food security and the mangrove habitat and the biodiversity. Also, mangrove habitat is not just not having an environmental benefit, but it also serves as a local, medicinal value to the medicinal support system. Also, the habitat support system in this particular community. Well, it was a survey and sociometry in the Lackett's 5-point scale done through multiple choice questions. Sample size and sampling method, you can see that random sampling was done in the two rural villages in Sundarbans, mainly Tipligheri and Amtoli, and reaching out to 140 households in both sides. And yes, data collection and analysis, it was both the quantitative and qualitative approach have been adopted. And yes, using a Google form to have this auto-generated data sheet, which was some statistical data could be achieved. Well, this perception mapping on choice of media that we, through these interviews came up that it is evident from the responses and the graphical interpretation below that in both the study sites of Sundarbans, merely 10% of respondents are willing to shift to any of the development communication network in specificity, whereas almost 60% of the respondents are willing to continue with both in the same ecological production landscape. Significantly, 12% want to restrict to newspapers only, wherein the males are dominant respondents and almost 17% are unable to decide. Well, we can see that the opinion ranking from transition support shifting to digital communication media. Some said that yes, we had no idea like how do we shift to, or even if we don't say complete shift, but even how we adopt or adapt ourselves to the new communication media, the new high communication, highway. So they were like having no idea. Many were wanting compensation. Like if we are given some sort of a compensation, then we can have, access to that. Then some wanted some kind of a subscription. Like if we buy a digital, a nice phone where we can operate, then if some subscription or some subsidized level phones if you can get, then we can use. Many wanted, a free phones also, where they can actually have can operate because they have maybe the male member basically owns such smartphone where they are operating. But again, we had observed during COVID period also the children had to borrow that phone from their father to sometimes to do some online classes or homeworks in wherever in particular areas that would happen. But yes, women have hardly any access to such phones. And if they
Okay,
were
okay,
given,
okay,
yeah.
okay. I have
Yes,
understood.
sorry, yes.
I have
Yes.
understood more or less. But Amrita, just I'm telling you, Amrita, because you must be a student. You're much junior to me. So, Amrita, I think your research is very elaborate, very interesting research, no doubt about that. But I think you have taken only simple random sampling, right? But in your research, there is a scope of cluster and stratified sampling as well as. Because once you are doing a research about, especially you have taken Goshaba block. What is the name of the village? What is
Amtoli, sir, and Tipligheri.
Acha? What is the total population of that particular village?
They are like, sir, in Amtoli, probably there are, in Tipligheri, there are, I think,
And
540 families.
in terms of its demography, right?
Right.
In that particular area, if I know there is different caste and communities are staying there, right? Even in terms of male and female. So I think your random sample is very good. It is the primary way of taking sampling. But for your research study, I would suggest you to go for a little bit of stratified sampling as well as cluster sampling. That will give you much more authentic data to get this information about your research. Otherwise, your research and work is very elaborate. Now I'm asking you one very interesting question, a very pertinent question. I would like to ask you that, what do you think this digitized development communication penetration is, how much in such rural areas after doing your research? Is it really effective? Because you are talking about, you have done your research in such an area which is really underprivileged. So I really skeptic that how far and how much this digitized development communication is effective in terms of this climate preparedness for the people, those who are staying in that particular delta?
Yes, sir. It's indeed a very, very interesting question. I have been, because my background is, I'm also director with South Asian Forum for Environmental Civil Society organization that has been working in these areas for over, for past 19 years now. So I've been associated with this organization for past 10, 13 years, and I've worked in the fields with them. So that has given me some, inferences that, yes, it's not that there is a completely they do not have access or they are not using the digitized communication, but bringing the climate information network into the communication patterns and framework in these areas are missing. Definitely, it's not streamlined now. And yes, you are right that there are different classes. Tipligeri, but in particular, this village is a high tribal area and then very, very backward. Poverty is definitely a very big challenge there. But yes, they do have access. But there was an early alert system also at time, and in various coastal part from the government it was done. But then yes, useful means are the content, the CIN, that is Climate Information Network, and its impact is yet not streamlined, where they can
Okay,
really
yes,
get
yes,
impact without.
I get your point. I get your answer. But I suggest you to please go for a little bit of more classified way of sampling. Number one, and number two, little bit of graphical representation is needed for your research. Like you have to go for some little bit of pie chart, the distribution of demography, a little bit of bar diagram, like the different types of digital communication or the analog communication previously. That comparative analysis is also needed. So anyway, it's a very good topic. There is a huge scope of doing extensive research on that. But I think I would also suggest you to not only take only one village, you could have take a little bit 2 or 3 villages and try to do the research in 2 to 3 districts, not only Sundarban or the South 24 Parganas. You can tap Midnapur also. There are a few vulnerable districts which is very much effective, which are affected by different climate changes, along with the South 24 Parganas in our state.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. In this particular paper, my only, the
Yeah,
study
that I have
inference
understood. It
was
is
still Aila to Amphan, and
it is
yes,
a very
but
niche
yes,
paper on South 24 Parganas, but
yes,
please
yeah.
look into Midnapur and the upper part, the
Yes, sir, yes.
North
Also,
Bengal. North Bengal is also vulnerable in this way.
yes,
Anyway,
comparative studies, sir. Bangladesh also can be
yeah,
a
yeah,
good
yeah.
case study.
Comparative studies needed.
Yes, sir.
Well
Thank
done.
you
Okay.
so much,
Uh,
sir.
uh,
It was a
Thank you
great
so much.
learning experience.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Well done.
Thank you.
So that. So. Thank you all presenter. This session is over. Really, there are some fantastic presentations, starting from film to political communication, from climate change to on OTT platforms. So really, it is diversified. Thank you all presenter for a wonderful presentation on diversified topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.